Hello, hello, hello. Okay, that's fine. Very, very dark. Thank you. Okay. All right. Well, this is my first stream back in 6 months, I think. 6 months. So first stream back in 6 months. Audio is good. Everything's good. But yeah, it's a little depressing. But what are you gonna do? I know I kept making community posts saying, "Oh, I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna go live," but never came to fruition. If that's the correct use of that word, I don't even know. I think so. But yeah, so in this stream, for everyone who watches it back, anyone here now, actually, no one's here right now. Oh, one person is, but we're just gonna be chilling. We're gonna warm up with some leak code. This problem seemed pretty interesting for the daily. We're gonna be working on a project that I have, that I never finished. We're not gonna be able to finish it today, but we're gonna get some work done. It's just a simple website. Um, I've been needing to make it for a while, like half a year now. I've been wanting to make it. I made like a command line tool for it and then realized it's not meant to be a command line tool. And then I went to try to port it to web and then I gave up. I didn't feel like doing it. But I really need it, so I'm gonna make it. And I'll get a start on it today. I'm gonna warm up some leak code. I have another project that I'm gonna make a video about that I want to promote. That's pretty cool, but it's a lot of networking and I don't feel like dealing with it right now because it's a little annoying to. I don't have like a good way of debugging programs that are very heavily, um, like very network heavy programs. But there will be a video coming out soon because I actually do when I finish it. The core logic is done. It's been done for like a couple months now, but I just need to fix it up, make it so people can actually use it like cleanly, and then I'll ship it out and make a video about it, and hopefully people use it. I think it's very useful. But yeah, I don't want to work with it right now because debugging it's very annoying, and don't want to do that on stream. So this is pretty easy. Nice simple little website. Yeah, that should be fine. Big life updates though. Finished what? Going in the third year of college. It's pretty cool. So we're almost done with the degree. That's been smooth sailing. Um, I have an internship. I didn't say that. I actually have an internship this summer for embedded software, so that'd be cool. I'm gonna be working with some microcontrollers and nice C++ and Go, so that's pretty cool. Uh, I know I was making that Zero to Hero series like a year ago now, and only I only made 2 videos on it. Yeah, that was kind of stupid, but maybe it'll come back, maybe it won't. I don't know. I like giving life updates on this YouTube channel. It's more or less a thing to archive my progress and my thoughts and all that stuff. And I haven't been using it a lot lately because for a second there last year, I got too much into the mindset of wanting to be a YouTuber rather than using this as a way to just document my stuff and allowing people to come along who want to watch. But yeah, so other very exciting life updates, which I will get into probably in a video. I just every time I sit down to go record the audio, it's just because it's mostly gonna be a talking video. It's just I just don't want to do it, which is weird because last year when I was in my flow, I really did enjoy doing that, but I just don't want to sit down, edit the audio, do retakes and stuff. So I'm thinking I'm just gonna full send just a clip of me talking and just use that and call it a day. I don't know, but let's get into this leak code problem. I've read it before the stream started, and I think I have a solution. We'll give it 30 minutes, something like that. And if I don't get in 30 minutes, then we'll call it a day. So, and we'll move on to the actual project. All right. Work timer should be started. You started. Yep. Nice. And let's go back to the thing. All right. Nice. All right. So this is Leak Code's fourth domino question this week, which is kind of annoying. I don't know what their obsession is with dominoes lately, but whatever. But I think I have a clever solution to this. Here's the problem. So domino and whatever, tramino, tiling, whatever. So you have two types of tiles, 2x1, domino shape, and a tramino. You may rotate these shapes. Okay, so I have a 1x2 and whatever this is. We have a large number. In tiling, every direction must be covered by a tile. Two tilings are different if and only if there are four directory. Oh my god. I don't know how to say. You guys can read this. Adjacent cells on the board such that exactly one of the tilings has both squares occupied by a tile. So what does that mean? That just means by the what the picture says. So the board is 2 by n. We have n can be up to 1,000, and we have some examples. Okay, so okay, one last sip. This is gonna be. Let's get into solving the problem. So anytime you read one of these problems, you wanna first understand the problem. And basically, this is a combination problem. You're given a board of 2 by n, and your goal is to figure out ways we can place these tiles onto the board. Okay. Okay. Nice. The first thing we notice, and the next thing I want to notice after I understand the problem, or I think I understand the problem, a lot of times you'll read it, you go and do a solution, and you realize you don't understand that. That's what happened with yesterday's problem. That was annoying. Neither was easy. Is you want to look at the constraints, because the constraints can tell you a lot about what's going on here. So we can see we're in the bounds of 1,000, so 10 to 3, 10 to the power of 3. When you look at the constraints, that allows you to look at the runtimes that your algorithm can be in. And that can give you a hint to either the brute force you can do or the types of algorithms involved. So the bigger the number, the more optimized the algorithm has to be, and the lower the number, the less optimized it has to be. Let's see if I can pull this up, because there is actually a really good graph which explains that. Please have the code here. Here you go. So this is from the USACO guide, which is basically some competitive programming thing where it teaches you how to do competitive programming really well. But you can look, and you don't have to memorize this, but just keep this in mind. If you look at this, you can kind of get an idea of the time complexities here. So in our case, we're in between the bounds of 2 to n squared and n cubed, because n is 1,000 here. Another way to detect whether or not you should do a potential solution is, I'm pretty sure 1 second of runtime, which is like typically how these problems are made out, is 10 to the 9. Let me look it up. I think it's 100 million. What's 100 million? Well, a million is 10 to the 6. So what's two more zeros? 7 and 8. So I think it's 10 to the 8th, 10 to the 9. That's 1 second. Yeah. So you can look at your algorithm. Okay. Oops, what is that? So you can look at your algorithm, and as long as you input the n and it doesn't go over 10 to the 8th or 10 to the 9th, I'm pretty sure it's 10 to the 8th, you should be fine. So that's another way of checking and verifying if your algorithm will run in time. Is you can directly just plug in the n, as long as it doesn't go over 10 to the 8th, you should be fine. So you don't have to memorize the chart I showed you. So in our case, we can run an algorithm between n squared and n to the cubed. But I think my solution might run a little bit better. Okay, so we went over understanding the problem and looking at your run times to know what type of algorithms you should be building, because that can give you a big hint into what you need to do. Now let's look into this problem. Okay, so we have these tiles and they can be rotated in different ways, but the question is how many different ways can something be rotated? So if I go and I take a domino right here, right? Well, the possible rotations are I can rotate it like this. I can rotate it straight up. And then I can rotate it like this, where it goes like that. I think those are the two possible rotations you can do with a domino like that. So you can rotate it on its left side right here, or you can rotate it on its right side to here, assuming that this is fixed, or one of these positions is fixed. Okay. Maybe you could rotate it up, but you can't do that because it's 2 by 1, so this is your limit. Alright. Okay. 2 by n. Okay, so there's like possible rotations we can do. And then what the hell? Okay. And then with this shape, we can get a little bit more complicated. So no, we can rotate, well, it's not really more complicated. You can rotate it like this, where it goes like this. That looks like a gun. That's not a gun. Or you can rotate it like this, and then you can keep it the same. So there's 3 possible combinations, kind of roughly, for each thing. And now this is getting confusing because now we have some board and now we have to look at it and see, okay, if we place this figure here and this figure here, what are the rotations we can do, and should we rotate it like this, and blah, blah, blah. That's really complicated. So the first thing, the next step I like to do is to simplify the problem, because that's the way you need to solve stuff. Yo, what are you doing? I am working on some LeetCode to warm up, and then later we're gonna go and work on a project I need to finish up that I haven't started. It's gonna be a nice little easy website that I need to work on. So right now we're doing some LeetCode, just giving some advice on how to do it and stuff like that. Doing the daily. All right. So the first thing you want to do is find a way to simplify the problem, because the idea of juggling between, okay, how do I rotate this? What piece did I pick to rotate can be kind of complicated, right? At least for me. I think that's complicated. I think that's overcomplicating it. So is there any way we can simplify this problem? And I think, and by the way, guys, when I'm telling you all this, I haven't solved the problem yet. You're watching me actively think out this problem. Right? You're actively watching me think out this problem. So, when I say something about this problem, don't take it for truth unless I solve it and we can verify after it's done that it was right. Alright, so how can we simplify this problem? Well, if you notice, watch out, flashbang. Boom. Okay. If you notice, the board is restricted to boom, 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 boom. It's restricted to 2 by n, right? So this might be the first, the second, and so on up to n, right? So first thing we need to realize, okay, that makes the problem simpler. I mean, that's just the problem definition. But the next thing you need to realize is n, the board kind of grows with n. So maybe it might be simpler to think about it in isolation. So maybe this is size 1, and then grow out to bigger boards. Maybe that's a possible solution. But one of the first realizations I made, or I'm thinking about making, is we don't really have to think about rotating it. There's no rotations here. We're just thinking about, okay, how can I, if I have this piece, how can I like fill this in, right? No rotations involved. Don't worry about taking a piece and rotating it. Okay, what all we have to think about is, okay, what if I place this here? Or what if I place this one here? Or what if I place this one? Right? Don't think about, or what if I place this, or place this, or place this, or this, right? Now I've kind of like got rid of the idea of rotating. It's just coloring in pieces. It's kind of the idea. So that kind of simplified in my head. Saying it out loud, it doesn't sound simpler, but like to me, when I was reading the problem, I was like thinking about all these rotations and this and that, but it's like, no, all you need to do is just color these tiles in a specific manner, which simplified it to me. It doesn't make much sense speaking it out, so I don't know if anyone here actually gets what I'm saying, but whatever. All right, so let's get into my solution. So let's take the idea of starting at a smaller n. I don't know if this is gonna work. Hopefully it'll work. We're about to see live if it's gonna work. If you have size n, and n is equal to 1 in this case, so we have a 2 by 1 board, right? What is the only combination of tiles you can select? Well, it's 1. You can only do this. Okay. Simple enough. Let's scale it out to 2. So let's extend this board. Okay. Alright, so what are the combinations here? Well, this grows out a little bit. We can have that original combination. And then we look here. What can we add here? Well, we can only do this, right? But there's more we can do now. We can put this here. We can do something like that. And those are the 2 combinations we can have. We can have either this, which is like, that doesn't make sense. We could have this one, or we can have this one, where it's like 2 vertical sticks. Can we play? But the question is, can we place this Tronimo? Well, no, because if we go like this, there's an empty gap here that we can't fill. Okay, so we know that with 1, you can only fill it with 1 because you can only fill in this. And with 2, you can fill like this, or you can fill like this. Okay, so let's scale it to 3. Let's see what happens. Nice. Alright. Well, let's look at it. Well, we have all the previous moves, right? We can either do this, or this. Okay. So what if we do this? What if we do this? Then what can we put in this spot? Well, we can only put this. Okay. What happens if we do these 2 valid moves? Because remember, this 1 to 2 range only had 2 valid moves, right? We could only fill this way or fill this way. So if we do the first move, the only actual valid thing we can do is do this. Alright. Now if we do this, the only valid move is to do that. So that's 2 possible moves. But now we can actually use the Tronimo tile. Because what if we fill it in, like this, where I go like that, and then let's say I take the pink and I fill it in like that. Well, that's a new move. Now we've actually used this Tronimo, so that's another thing. Okay, so, but then what if I try to do this? Okay, and those are our valid moves that we can do. Pretty sure, right? So we can do 1, 2, 3. So it was, you could do this move, you could do this move, and then you could do this and this, and what was the last one? Oh, and you could do, because there's a third, so what's the third? It was this. Okay, so we had this, which had this, this, this. What was the third move? Because there's 5. So 3 has 5 moves. So let's find all 5. The first way is doing this, this, and this. It's number 1. Okay, so the second move we could probably do is we could do, which I'll write it right here. We have 3. We could do this, this, and this. Okay. That's another one. We could also do, what could we do here? We could do this, this, and this. That's this. And then we can do the 2 different variations of the trinomino or whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, those are our 5 combinations. Alright, so we found our combinations. Alright, and then now if we keep scaling, this is going to get complicated because we're going to have to keep being like, okay, based on, there's a key observation here. The first is you can make like more moves, but the problem is it's going to interfere with what you've done before. So for example, if I scale this number 4 right here, if I'm on this 4 and I'm growing this board out, right? If I don't care about what happened here and I isolate 4, we only have one valid move, which is this. Depending on whatever is happening here. I don't care about what's happening here, but whatever is happening here. But there's also a couple other moves I can make when I extend this piece. I could do this, where I can add a vertical. But that depends on the previous answer here and its states. Okay, and then also I can do the trinomino blah 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 piece, which involves 2 previous states. So the previous results affect us, but only to a certain amount. And I think the idea here is we're going to use TP to remember previous states. And this is the way it's going to work. For example, if I just isolate this and I just add a vertical line here on number 4, say I just want a vertical line, it does not matter what happens from 1 to 3. Because all these answers, which is 5, right? There's 5 things we can do here, don't interfere with this, right? So if I just add this vertical line right here, there is 6 possible combinations I can do with this piece. All the different possible combinations here, plus whatever I can do at number 4, which is only this vertical line, right? Because again, anything here does not affect number 4. We can see that clearly, probably easily with the 3-way. If I'm adding this number 3 right here, right, and these are already instantiated, 1 and 2 can only do 2 things. It can go here, or it can go here. Those are only 2 things it can do, right? Those are only 2 things 1 and 2 can do. But you can see that both these choices don't affect what number 3 has to do. So we don't need to worry about recomputing this answer. We only just need to worry about what happens with 3, and that's it. We don't care about the previous state. That doesn't matter. But one problem is when we know that number 4 going vertical is not the only move, right? We can also go horizontal, because that can change. We could do 2 horizontals. But now this is actually affecting this answer, because we can't just say we don't care what happens at number 3. because this is assuming we can extend and reach out to these cubes, like assuming that these haven't been taken yet, right? So we actually can't do this. We have to worry about what happens previously. But if you make another observation at this line, we don't care what happens here. As long as we can make this a valid move, we don't care what happens between 1 and 2. It doesn't matter. All that matters is what happens here. So we can make this assumption that, okay, between 1 and 2, these are all valid. All these combinations are valid, as long as they don't interfere. Because every time we generate a combination, we know it does not affect the next node, right? The next extension. It does not affect it. Now, don't ask me to prove it with like induction or something, because I didn't pay attention. I had a really bad discrete math professor. But you can kind of see the argument I'm making. And then we can also do a try like these pieces. And then we know, okay, as long as everything passed here, it doesn't matter. And that's and we can just make these assumptions because of the idea that once we validate all possible combinations in some sequence, it will not affect the next node. And that's the argument I'm trying to make here. So basically my idea is, what if we store in DP previous maxes? So for 1, it would be 1. For 2, it would be 2. For 3, it would be 5. And so on and so forth. And we can basically go and look and pull from this array. Instead of recomputing all the possible combinations, we can just go look and see the 1, 2, how many moves we can make. We can do vertical, horizontal, and try pieces. So we can make 4 moves. And we look, okay, at these 4 moves, can we actually do something here? And so on. So let's do a dry run of this. Let's actually do number 4 here. Let's do like a visual DP. All right, so we have these combinations computed already for 3, 1 and 2. Or let's actually build this DP array up to number 5. I think that's actually better. So we want to go up to 4. Let's build this DP array and see how it goes. Where we have some I. All right, so we start off with 1. That's a default. We know it's 1. We can also just say, so now we look at 2. Okay, well 2, the only thing it can do is this. Okay. Okay, so if we do that, then we can look here. Here we should actually do 0, 1, because this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, right, up to n. Okay. So at index DP at 0, that's assuming that we're looking at the board size at 0. Okay, let's look at DP at 1. So if we do this vertical, we can look here, because we don't care about what happens here. So what's the best thing we can do? Okay, so we look at DP at 1, which pulls a 1. So that is, so on a vertical move, we can get DP at 1 plus 1, which is a move, which is 2. So now we have 2 if we do vertical. All right. Now this is gonna be an issue. Oh my goodness, Paint, you're messing me up and you're making me mad. So I'm just gonna have to overwrite over this, and hopefully you guys can see it, because I can't like delete that. Just go over it, please. Okay. So you guys understand that DP step so far. That makes sense, hopefully. So we do a vertical line, which I'll mark with a V. We just don't care. We can just look back 1, and that's fine. All right. Now let's try to do 2 horizontal lines. Okay. Now we care about this back step over here. When we do 2 horizontals, we care about DP at 0. All right. Well, we know DP at 0 is 0. So if we do 2 doubles, okay, I need to extend this graph. Infinite graph. Thank you. Okay, so if we do 2 doubles, we know what we care about is, oh my goodness, no, keep that, thank you. We just care about these, we care about DP at 0. So DP at I minus 2 plus 1, because that's 1 valid move, and that's going to be 1, because it's 0 plus 1. Okay. Now we can't do any of the try pieces because um there's not enough space, so we can call it there and we can sum up these DPs, which will give us uh 3 possible combinations. Right? Because you have 2 plus 1. So 2 plus 1 is this, which is you can do the 1 stick, or you can do this. Right? And that should be 3. Now let's actually go and just say the input is 2 here, or this is 2 and this is 3, and run it, and let's make sure that it is actually 3. Because if it's not, I fucked up. Okay. Oh shit, it's 2. 1, 2, 1. Oh, I fucked up. How'd I fuck up? Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. That doesn't make sense. That should make sense. So it's not 1. So we're not going to add the DP. Because that's assuming this is valid and this is valid. So we're actually, this is wrong because you want the total for the whole thing. Wait a minute. Am I overcomplicating this problem? Because if that's the case, then does this even matter? Because it's not asking. Oh wait, is that? Because no, it is asking for the different combinations, so it does matter what's previously there. Okay, so how did I mess this up then? Okay, so there's one possible combination here, and then one possible combination here. So that is one possible combination. Okay, so we have one possible combination at 1. So if I do the single, there's only one thing here, which is one combination total. Okay. Now if I do the double, you have 2 combinations, and that's it. So I'm adding it wrong. Because the thing is, you need to worry about all these possible combinations previously, but you need to sum it right. So I'm just summing it wrong, and I need to fix that real quick before I continue. I was hoping that would be right first try, and I could like flex, and you guys could think I'm a genius, but unfortunately, I'm not a genius. But this shouldn't be too bad of an issue. Erase, 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 erase. All right. So how are we gonna fix this? Because again, if we pulled the 0, okay. Maybe I should go and do a bigger example. Maybe that'll make more sense. Can I erase all this stuff? Oh my god, no, I can't. Okay, I'm just gonna pull this. Give me you. I'm just gonna pull you down 1 level. Alright. So let's go here. We have DP at I. We know that this is 0, this is 1, this is 2. Okay, now we need 3. So 3 should then be 5. That's what we should expect. Okay, so if we do this first hockey stick right here, we can add whatever's here. Right? Because so we can basically have all these combinations plus 1. And if that's the case, that's really just, if we do the single hockey stick, that's just DP. There you go, I fixed it. That's just DP at I minus 1 if you do the single hockey stick. Why? Because you're not actually adding a solution when you do this. You're just, because this is the only thing your hockey stick can do. So, or domino. I don't know why I keep calling it a hockey stick, but whatever. This is the only move you can make. So you're not actually adding a valid move here. You're just taking what's previously here and putting this here. So this would actually fix if we got rid of this add 1 when you do a single hockey stick. There you go. So this should just be 1. And then it's 1 plus 1. There you go. Boom. Okay. So that's the single hockey stick case. That's fine. Oh my goodness, you motherfucker. So nice. That's a single hockey stick case. Now let's go and try to do something more advanced. Get out of here. Get out. Okay, so let's do that double double lineup. Okay. So let's say we actually instead chose to do this. Okay. Well, what affects us? Well, that's just dp right here. So if you do double, it's actually equal to dp at I minus 1, or minus, not minus 1, minus 2. Right? Because you can put this move here, put it here, that gives you 1, and then you can do the single, which then you pull from 2. So that's dp minus 2. Which if we look at this one, the problem is 2 would pull, if we make that assumption, 0, that's 1. Okay, so the minimum would be 1. So if dp is 0, then it's a 1. We can do 1. We can just add 1. So assuming we pass all this, dp at 2 would be 1, 2, so that should be 1 move. This should be 2 moves. Okay, now let's look at the case where we have the try thingies. The try thingies. I see where I messed up. And I'll explain where I messed up in a second. Boom. Alright, so now let's do the try thingies. So there's 2 possible combinations of tries, which we'll just assume are fine. So, but if we say we orientate it like this or the other way around, it doesn't matter. We just need to worry about what's happening over here, which then this goes over. And there's a possibility of 2 different things. So this is I minus 3, plus 2 if it's 0. If not, or it's actually plus, you have, so this would be times 2, pretty sure. Because you should add it up for this move and add it up for that move. So this is times 2. And then, okay. All right. So here's why I messed up earlier. So you're not going to actually add 1 to any of these cases, right? Because just because you're pulling from this like cache right here, and it doesn't mean you should add 1 because you're doing this. That doesn't improve the amount of moves you can make, right? But if it's 0, if dp is 0, then you should make the minimum. The minimum of dp should be 1, basically, is what I'm saying. Because at the end of the day, you can make 1 valid move, which is this scenario or something like that. Okay, I think this should give me the right answer. So if I go here and I pull this, this would be 0 because it's going to go out of bounds. But if we assume that dp can never be 0 and it's always 1, this would be 1 times 2, which is 2, which is 2 plus 2 plus 1, which is 5, and that is what we're looking for. Okay, so let's do n equals 3 real quick. So let's build that dp array. Now we don't need these visuals anymore. Let's just build this dp array. We'll just assume the default 0. So 1, 1, 2, 3, and 5. Right, and now we're looking for this, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So what is 5? Let's use our rules we have. Okay, so we have either dp at I, or minus 1, or we can do dp at I minus 2, and dp at I minus 3 times 2. So we look at this, minus I, well, this is 5. Minus 2 is 3. And minus 3 is 2 times 2, which is 4. So this should be 6, 7, 8, 12. This should be 12 combinations. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm going to be very, very upset. Because that means I don't know what I'm doing. However, if I'm right, I would be very, very happy. Oh shit, 11. Okay, so I was... Okay, I'm one over. I'm one over. I'm one over. Why am I one over? Buh, 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 buh. We're trying to do this one because this is... Oh shit. You can pull from this. You can pull from this, and you can pull from this. Why am I one over? That's bad. Oops. 1, 1, 2, 3, and 5. Because this is... Wait a minute. Zero, 1, 2, 3. First of all, I didn't calculate 5 yet. Oh yeah, that's why I'm wrong. Because 3 is not 3. We're on 4. Okay, so that was just my fault for writing the DP thing down wrong. Okay, here. Get rid of this. Sorry. Okay, I accidentally wrote the DP right down wrong. That was actually, I don't think that's an algorithm error. I think that's just me. Okay, so let's assume this is index 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, and now we're looking for 4. So this is when I is equal to 4. This is 3, 2, 1, and 0, and so on. Whatever, right? Okay, so we know we can add up dp at I minus 1. We know we can add up dp at I minus 2. We know we can add up dp at I minus 3 times 2. This is 5. This is 2. And this is 2. Because this is 1 times 2. Because 1, 2, 3. Oh, well, this is 9. I'm sorry you think leak code's a waste of time. Actually, why do you think leak code's a waste of time? Explain why you think leak code is a waste of time. I'm curious. Are you telling me to make projects? You're telling me to make projects? But what about the interviews? What about the interview process? They use leak code style questions, do they not? Five plus 2. I mean, do you have a software job? Have you done interviews? I don't expect you to tell me the truth. Yeah, I don't think you've ever gotten a job if you think that only 5% of employers use leak code. Because um everyone I've known has had intensive data structure and algorithms questions. So I don't think you've gotten a job, or you are doing something very like stupid. No offense. Give me some background. Give me some background on what you do, and we'll just take it for truth. I'm not gonna. We'll just take it for truth. You know, I don't really care. You can lie to me straight to my face, but let's take it for truth. What have you done? What is your job? What's your experience level? How long have you been coding? Okay, that doesn't answer my question. What's your experience level? What have you been doing? What jobs do you have? What have you done? I'm curious. Yeah, no, no. Libhead, you're. They all do. They all do DSA. Like, even like the most naive places do DSA. A lot of them do DSA. This, I don't think this dude knows what he's talking about. Like, full stop. You're a React dev. Okay, where? What company? Or you don't have to say the company, but you just say what's your role. Like, are you senior or junior? How big's the company? Uh, yeah, it is because employers ask you leak code style questions and leak code's DSA because you use data structure and algorithms to solve the problems. They're not going to ask you simple, what is a linked list? What is merge sort? What is Prim's algorithm? They're not going to ask you that. So they're actually wrong about that. Not even gonna lie. Yeah, but to say leak code isn't DSA is wrong. That's the problem with that statement. Because it is DSA. You use data structure and algorithms to solve those problems. What was my thing earlier? Let's see if this DP is still right. Because I fucked it up. We got a 9. 5, 2, 2. That's a 9. Okay, so why is this messed up? Because this is if we do single, which is just this. So adding 1 doesn't really affect anything. This is the double. Oh, because there's 2 types of doubles you can do. You can do this way, or if we say this is A and this is B, or you can do B and A. There's 2 types of doubles. I have an embedded internship, but I'm not going to say the company. But my interview process wasn't that hard. But I have friends that work at fintech companies and even local insurance companies and stuff like that, small companies, and still require them to do DSA and stuff, unless they had some connection into the industry where they could bypass it. And I have a lot of friends that go through interview processes and stuff. So, but for me, my interviews weren't very intensive, but I just got lucky with that. Well, yeah, okay, so I bet are you wait, so you're out of college obviously. You're full time, you're a junior role or a senior role or whatever. I could actually, if anyone else is here, I can actually I actually feel like that's valid. Because I didn't apply for front end roles or anything like that. I applied for or I wouldn't say I didn't get any interviews for front end roles. I only got like embedded or generic software engineer, not really front end or back end or whatever. And I feel like the generic ones where they just are software engineer internship, they're just gonna ask you a bunch of random stuff. But I feel like if you're specializing into like a front end, see, I have no experience there, so you actually, I'm just gonna trust what you say. So I bet they wouldn't ask you that because I don't think it would be very productive because you don't really need to know in depth DSA. It's not really matter. No, I don't have a Discord, but soon I will make a Discord server eventually. So I'll make an announcement about it. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I mean, it wasn't really hating. It was just, we have to. I have to give you my 2 cents on the on your opinion, which is fine. I don't really care. can understand where you would think, leak code is important. I do agree with you. If you don't have any projects, leak coding is not important because if you don't have any projects, you're not going to get an interview. And leak code, and like, depending on the role in the interview you're doing, leak code won't matter. But without projects, without a stacked resume, without something other than DSA, it's not going to matter you doing this. Thankfully for me, I just enjoy doing leak code. I just find it fun. And I have a lot of friends who do competitive programming and stuff. So I just enjoy doing it. To me, it's like solving a fun problem. So I'm not really out here grinding to do interviews or nothing. I'm just doing it for fun because I just like solving these problems. So that's my thing. All right, let's get the solution coded up. Or let's actually go over the solution one more time. Okay, so besides that long tangent, there was one last issue with my algorithm. So here is the 3 states of the algorithm. So you're given some I, which is your position in the array as you build it up. And basically, you can have I minus 1, which is just equal, so dp at I is going to equal dp at I minus 1 plus 2 times dp of I minus 2 plus dp at I minus 3 times 2. This should be the solution. And if dp at some j is equal to 0, you're going to default set it to 1. All right? So here's the reason for that. Remember, dp at I minus 1 is assuming we do a vertical hockey stick. So we can look back by 1, and we don't care about what happens here because it doesn't affect us. And we only can do one thing here, so it doesn't matter. So this is just one solution, plus whatever combination we can make over there. Now, dp at I minus 2 means we are doing verticals. But here's one mistake I made. I thought the verticals was only one move, but that's not true. Let's say let's name them A and B. So this is vertical A and this is vertical B. Or this is grouping 1, grouping B. You could also rearrange it as B and A. That doesn't violate anything. So there's actually 2 possible combinations you can do with dominoes right there. So that's why we should actually times it by 2. And then with dp, and then also this takes up 2 squares, so then you would have to look back by 2. And then you have dp at I minus 3, which is, again, times 2, because you can either have this orientation, where this is A and this is B, or you can have this orientation where this is B and this is A, and everything behind does not matter. And that's why this is times 2, this is times 2, and this is just times 1. Now, if we go and we look through that and we do it through this, if we look at I, dp at I is 5, then I minus 2 is 2, but if we times that by 2, we would get 4, and then we take I minus 3, which is 1, times it by 2, and you get 2. So that is 5 plus 6, which is 11. And if we go and we look, we can see that I at 4 is actually 11. And there you go. That's your solution. So let's make the array. Let's do fill it with 1s for now. And for I in range, or let's just do then we'll set dp at I. Let's actually see if this is okay. So let's set dp at 0 equal to, actually, let's just see if this will work. For I in range of n. Let's do, where do I want to do it through? Return dp at -1. Let's do +1. Let's fill it up with 1s. And how do I want to solve this problem? So if we go behind by 1, the problem is building up the start. I could just fill it in, but I kind of want to. I can pull here, I can pull here, I can pull here. 0, 0, So honestly, I want to start at 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Start from 3, and we know dp at 2 is equal to 2. And now we can say dp at I is equal to dp at I minus 1 plus 2 times dp at I minus 2 plus dp at I minus 3. I think that should give me the right answer. Probably not. This is probably messing up the foundation at the start. Index out of range. Oh, yes, because yeah, whatever. We'll just say max of what's the minimum? 3 and this, sure. Whatever, I don't really care. I don't care how clean this code is, and then set this there. Boom, easy, easy. Boom. Okay, so it's wrong as fuck, but that's okay. Oh, yes, so this should just be n. And this should be n plus 1. Okay, now we're moving through it. At the end, let's put this a little bit. Okay, so Bill, we have the 1 and 0. See, this would actually be kind of a problem here. Let's set dp. Okay, because here's the problem. No, because if you times by 1 here. Okay, so what's happening here? You're pulling this 2, then you're pulling this 2, which is 6. Which we said wasn't right. Because in the 3, you can only pull from 2, you can pull from 1. So in 3, you can pull, if I do the 2 case, I can pull here, which should be 1, which it is. And there's 2 possible combinations there, so that should be 2. Now, if we do, because you can do A and B, pull here and here, and it does not matter. Okay. Now I can do the vertical situation, which there's 2 possible combinations there, so that should be 2. Oh, I guess I see where it's messing up. Okay, so why is that messing up? Because you can do this, this, or this, and this. Which is A, B, B, A. Then you do A, B, B. That's 4. But then can't you just put this here, this, and this? Or this and this? Why is that messing up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, can you not lay them like A and B? Oh, no, you can't. No, you can't. You can't do that. So this actually isn't times 2. That assumption was wrong. Okay, that's annoying. Okay, so now we have to fix this case then. Okay, so another problem here was I assumed that you can have the A and B because I thought this could, if you had this situation, I thought you could the blue, so you have blue and white. I thought you could also flip white and blue, but you can't. That's not how that works. Okay, so we know now actually this assumption was wrong. Okay, great. So now I have to sit here and solve it again. I wish I would have actually coded that instead of sitting here yapping about it. Okay. We know so far that we have 1, 1, 2, and 5. 1, 1, 2, and 5. Now we need 11 here. Okay. So where does the 11 come into play? Well, if we put that vertical, we can have all the combinations of here if we do a vertical, which makes sense. Now if we do the double hockey, we can pull from here. But there's something I'm missing. And I think it actually might play into the rotation thing I was talking about earlier. So you can either do hockey, single. Oh. Okay, no, never mind. What did I say? I'm curious, why does this idea of dp at I plus this plus 2 times this works? I wonder why that works. But when I go up to this, it breaks. What is the condition breaking here? Why does this idea break here? That's interesting. You don't know why. It's talking about the ways to place dominoes in a way. So if you think about it, there is no distinction between A and B and this and that. It's just domino. If you do a 2 by 2, you can only lay a domino like this, and you can lay another domino like this. Doesn't matter what the domino is. It just matters that they're dominoes. That's the key point of the problem. Okay. Then you can lay a domino like this and lay a domino like this. Now, this idea extends out to this space, where if I lay a domino like this, I can have this domino and this domino, or this domino and this domino. But if I lay a domino like this, I can only have these dominoes. And whatever their combination is. Alright. And then, if I have this domino and this domino. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, because, and then you can have this domino and this domino. Yes, that actually changed it. Okay. You motherfuckers. You're actually starting to get me mad. I actually oversimplify the problem and then realize this is why it's important to read the problem. Okay. So why doesn't this DP idea work then? Is there something I'm doing wrong? I'm thinking about wrong? I don't know. Let's spill it out to 4 and see what I'm doing wrong. Because the problem is I'm undershooting here, which is weird. So I'm missing a possible combination, which I don't understand. Okay, so we know for 3, we can have these 5 possible combinations. If I lay a domino like this, that makes it 5 combinations. It's 5 different ways I can lay a domino if I lay this vertical one. Okay, makes sense. So if we lay a vertical, we know we have 5 because there's nothing else you can do. You can only just do whatever's here. Okay. What happens if I lay horizontal, horizontal with this new space? Well, wouldn't it be these combinations? Because it doesn't matter what order. I lay domino and I lay a domino. Those are the 2 choices I can make here. It's whatever is in this square, which we know is 2. You can lay domino, domino, or domino, domino. Which is 2 ways you can set up this double one. Right? Does that make sense? That makes sense, right? Unless there's something that breaks that condition, but I don't think so. If I lay 2 vertical dominoes, it doesn't matter what they are, I just lay the vertical dominoes. Or I can have, I think the other scenario is, no, but that's accounted for. Because I was going to say, what if I, lay domino, domino, but again, that's the other case. That doesn't matter, because the only thing you can do here is put a vertical. So that doesn't matter. Which is weird. So that DP idea should still hold. If I do verticals, again, it doesn't matter. It should be, you can only lay like this, or like this, and like this. I'm back. Sorry. All right. Okay. This fucking LeetCode problem needs to stop taking so long. It's making me mad. Okay, so what's wrong? What's wrong with this? We can do horizontal, horizontal. That should only depend on what happens here, which is two things that can happen here. Let's see if that case holds. If we do horizontal, horizontal, only matters what happens here. That is true. That's a 1. Vertical, vertical, vertical. Horizontal, horizontal, vertical. Okay. If I lay this and I lay this, then it should only matter what happens. So if I lay this and I lay this, it only should matter what happens here. And then if I lay this, or if I lay this and I lay this, it should only matter what happens here. So that's two possible combinations. So why is this not working? 2 times 1 is 2. What am I missing here? There's something I'm missing. It's either this idea is entirely wrong and I'm stupid, or I'm missing something small. Unless... Oh my god. Oh shit, I dropped that. Boom. Let's go. That's right. Oh, I just need DP. Oh my fucking god. You motherfucker. You're making me mad. Okay, that was right. Now why is this one wrong? We go to 5. Now we're 2 off. Okay, one second. I'm just gonna lock in real quick, and I'm gonna solve this fucking problem. And then once I figure it out, I'll talk about it. Just give me a second. 1, 2, 5, 11, and this is 24. Wait a minute. Is this one also? No, that doesn't make sense. That's gonna overshoot for sure. That's gonna overshoot. That's gonna fuck up everything. Yes, that. Okay. Sorry. Jeez. Okay, what? Damn, chill. Okay. So we overshot by 2. Now we're overshooting. Okay, this is annoying. Okay, why are we overshooting here? Again, we can place it like this. This is assuming this. Boom, boom. And if we place horizontal, horizontal, that's whatever is at 3. I don't know why this is being so frustrating. I thought I had a clever idea, and now it's making me mad. I guess this is what I get for being clever. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Nice. Boom, 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 boom. You lay that there, you lay that there. There's 2 different ways you can lay those dominoes. I think that's one minus two. Okay, there's two. Because you're gonna have boom, 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 and boom. That's a terrible drawing. Draw the 3x3. Or the 2x3. This way. Or, oh, that's the same shape. Or, what's the other way? Oh, this way. Then you have this way. So what's the difference? You can either lay this one or this one. That's the same thing. Why did this one work times 2? What if it's not times 2? Okay, that's not gonna fix it for sure. It doesn't make sense. Yeah. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Okay. But how about +1? Let's just start throwing numbers around. Fuck it. Man, I'm really confused. I thought I was doing really good. It just seems this idea does not want to work. I was doing good. See, I was chilling. I was talking. I was like, guys, this is how this works. And then now this is panic mode because I've been here for an hour. And I thought we could chill. We could chill. I already knew the solution in my head. Just talk about it. Do the proof. Show the DP. No. I was wrong. I am not that smart. But now we're sitting here and I don't know how long this is going to take. Because I don't know the solution. So what am I going to do? Oh shit. Oh fucking shit. I'm very, very confused. Okay, so the reason why I decremented this to just be I-2 was because if you look at both orientations of these, at the end of the day, it's just one vertical. That's just one vertical slab. Wait, I think this actually might be a deeper DP than I remember, or that I might imagine. Because this only works if the previous tile was a vertical. If it's double, it doesn't count. You can't actually pull from this answer. So maybe I actually have to store a little bit more information about the orientation of the shapes. Maybe I got to do that. Because you're actually missing something here. Like if you do this, you can't pull. Like we can pull from here, but we have to remove the horizontal case. So the horizontal case was what? What was the horizontal case? Maybe that's the solution. Because if you do doubles, if we use the idea of okay, we can use this point to make the adjustment, that's also including the fact that we did doubles, and that's not included. So okay, let me explain that. But that doesn't make sense on why this would pass. Okay. Because this is the idea you can use doubles here. So I'm looking at this as 1 minus 2. Yeah, see, if I minus there, though, that's not going to give me what I need. I would need to minus by this much. Problem is, this gives me the correct result. 1, 2, and then 3. This would give me 0. Then maybe there's actually a little bit more information I have to store here. Because, but again, I should just be able to pull by this, whatever this square does. Because it doesn't matter if the square is lined up like that, or if the square is low, or lined up like this. It doesn't matter how this square is lined up. So theoretically, I should just be able to do this. But obviously, that's not working. Which is kind of annoying. Because you would think that would work. But no, because it undershoots. This undershoots by 2, this undershoots by 6. Why is that undershoot? Okay, we know 1, 1. We know 1, 2, 5, and this should be 11. Let's draw it out again. Boom, boom. It has to be this. This is fucking me up. But there's only one combination here. You don't need the vertical. Unless. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. This is two things you can do here. You can either have a vertical in this orientation. That's all you can do. You can only do these. Which is 2 possible combinations. You can either do this, or you can do this. Why? Remember the 6 up 3. Because if you had doubles, you wouldn't be able to put this here. But if you had 2 signals, but again, if you had 2 signals, like singles, you can't put anything here. You can't lay a domino. So that assumption was wrong. So if you do this, you have to pull from here. Whatever this could be, which is 2. Okay. And then if I lay it out like okay, and then if I do 1 single, if I lay it out like that, it should just depend on whatever this is, which is 5. And then if I do verticals, it depends what this is, which is 1. Or vertical is plus 2, which is 2, which is 2. But that's short by 2. So what are the 2 other combinations? I think this is a matter of me just not understanding the problem. So what are the other 2 combinations? Right? What could they be? Well, obviously the first one can be... Obviously the first one can just be all of these. The second one could be... Let's do the idea of building. It could be these. It could be these. Or this. So that's 4 possible. We could have that, that, and that. Okay. Then you can have the possibility of single, double, double, single. And that's it. You can't do anything there. You could have the possibility of single, single, double, double, and then double, 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 double. Then you could have the possibility of What? Stupid triangle, another stupid triangle? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Okay, well, I'm missing one again, but what the fuck? How did they get to 11? What is the 11 combinations of this? Oh no, that's 9. That's 9 again. So what are the 11 combinations? There has to be something I'm missing. And the tiling, every square. Hmm. Single, double, double. Single, single, single. Double, double, single. Three piece, three piece. Motherfucker. I'm kind of lost, actually. We're getting kind of slammed right now. I'm not even gonna lie. Because I thought that would work, but obviously it's not. So I don't know what's wrong. I thought that DP would be smart. What is missing? What? There's something here I'm missing that's causing us to be too short away. Okay, so we know this checks the combination is boom. It checks this. Well, the current solution I have checks this. It checks the other orientation. And it checks the single case and the doubles. Okay. But there's two more missing. What could those two more be? Again, the double-double single is counted by the single right here. So what 11 combinations are there? I'm getting the single, 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 right? Because at the end of the day, if you take this, if you just add another thing here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's just free 5 combinations if you just add one out here. That's not wrong. That is correct. Okay. Now if I do the doubles, I can get these. I can get this. I can get this combination. I can get... that's it. I can get these two combinations. If I add double and double. Okay. So I can get two combinations. Now if I add the three pieces, I can only get this single right here. There's two, which is two. So what is the other two? What are the other two? That doesn't make sense. What is the other two combinations? Because how is it 11? There's two combinations here I'm missing. We have the simple case where we take and we append one tile to these, and then we have the case where we just take the doubles, and then we have the case where we just do these pieces. But there's something missing. What ordering could there be? What is the two ones there could be? I have no idea. What is the other two possible combinations? Like, it's not even like a matter of how do I code it. It's just I don't even know. I don't even know how you could lay the problems out, and that shows a lack of understanding of the problem. What possible two could there be? if you can't lay a domino like A and B, and then swap the two, and say B and A, I don't know. I mean, you could make the argument that okay, you lay this and you lay that, and then I guess this counts as if we did the single on that point. But again, that's accounted for if you just look to the left by one. So you look here, 1, 2, and 3, right? Because that's the max we can have here, right? Because if I take up all these spaces, the only thing I can do here, yeah, but that doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense because you can't mix and match, so it doesn't matter. So what is the other two? Well, we're about to fucking find out because I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna draw them. Okay. What's the best way to draw this shit? Because I'm ready. I'm ready for this problem to be over. This problem is gonna be done. It's making me mad. Just clear the page. I could say new, but I don't want to say new. Take this, cut all this stuff. Okay, there's 11. Whoa. What is happening? Boom, 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 boom. How big is that drawing? Okay, boom, we can draw in, boom. Okay, boom. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, third one. It's a little uneven. Boom, boom. There you go, that's better. Alright. So this is our thing. We know that for this solution, there is 11 combinations. So 3, 3, 3. Oh god, this is so stupid, but I don't give a fuck. 3, 6, 9, 10. I want this problem solved. I do not care. I'm drawing out every scenario. I do not care. Okay, so we can do vertical. We can do orange. We can do red. And then we can do pink. Sure. Okay, that's the first scenario. Now if I rotate... Okay, how does rotation define? So, how is a rotation defined? You may rotate these shapes. Do I not understand this problem? Okay, let's say I rotate it and I drop it like that. Let's say I rotate this one and I drop it like that. Then let's say I keep these the same. Okay. Now let's keep this same scenario here, and let's say I keep this here, and I rotate this shape and I drop it like that. Let's say I take, oh, motherfucker, give me the orange. I take this one, drop it like that. I take this one, drop it like that, and I keep this one the same. Okay. And then let's say I keep this one the same, and then I drop this one like this one like this, and I keep this one standing up. Sure. Those are my 4. And that's all the possible combinations you can have here, right? You can either do single, 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 double, double, single, single, double, single, and then you can have this, and then you can drop this one in, and then you can drop this one in, and then you can have a single here, and you can drop you can drop this one in, and you can drop this one in. Sure. Okay, so there's 4 ones we're missing here. Nice. We're working. We're rolling. All right. So now if you had double, you can do single, single. Okay, if I do double and I drop this one here and this one here, then I can do this one and this one. Okay. Now what are the other combinations I can do? Well, if I have double, double, I can also do single, single. Or is that already accounted for? No, that's already accounted for, so I can't do that. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's just do, we have double, 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 boom, boom. We have double middle, double, double. So double, 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 double. Okay. Okay. So I'm missing, so even for my original solution, I'm missing 2. What are the other 2? Oh, yes. I can drop in like this. And do a single here. Oops, not red. I can do a single here. Or I can drop it in like this. Or like this. Or, oh my god, like this. Nope. Do that. Okay. And then do single. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Okay, so I have 2 missing. What are the 2 I can make? What is it? What are the 2? What could I do? Single, single. The only thing you can do here is double, double, and single, single. What the fuck? What are the other 2? Am I just missing something with this problem? Because I don't think there's any other way you can order these dominoes. Unless I'm dumb and I'm missing something like obvious. What are the other ways? Does anyone know? Oh. Oh my fucking god. These are the other 2 ways. Yes. Yes. There you go. There you fucking go. Those are the last 2. Oh my god. That's annoying. That's fucking annoying. Okay, that's the last combinations. That's the last 2 combinations. Okay. Okay. Wow, I can't believe I didn't realize that those were the last 2 things I could do. Bro, listen, chill. I'm not giving my answer, bro. I'm not interested, bro. Sorry. I'm not trying to build nothing. It's okay. So that's why it breaks at 4, because at 4, this is when this scenario can happen. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you look back. This is the next, you go -1, -2, -3, -4. Then you do DP, -4. Okay, so this is at index 4, this is when this happens, and then you just do plus dp at I minus 4. Obviously, this is going to go out of bounds because we haven't placed anything there yet. Okay, that should be it. That should be fucking it. Okay, let me do a max of 4. I don't want to set that there, so how about this? How about I just throw if I is less than 4 or whatever. Actually, I'll just do this, dp at I is that, dp at 3 is fucking 5. There you go. Will this run? No shot. No shot. Okay. I'm gonna have to give up soon, dude. This is fucked up. This is just brutal, dude. This is just brutal. What is the other combination now at 22? I'm not going through 22 combinations. For 24. I'm not going through 24 combinations. How does adding a fifth one fuck it up? How does it do that? How does adding a fifth one fuck it up? How? It's the same fucking idea. It's the same idea. How could it mess it up? Oh, 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 oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to rethink this DP then. Oh god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because you can do like stupid shit like I place this here, then I place this here, and then I place this here, and then I place this. Okay, now this is starting to get me mad. Ooh. No, bro. No. No, bro. No. No, bro. No. No, bro. No. You motherfucker. No. Alright. I don't think I'm gonna be able to. I wanna, that was a little bit too much. That's too many. God damn it. I just fucking wasted so much time. Okay, wait. I'm gonna give it 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. I can solve this fucking problem. This is making me mad. You're a bastard, bro. You're a bastard, bro. You're a fucking bastard, bro. Wow. I got fucked up by this problem, I'm not gonna lie. Dude, this problem's dickhead mode. Dickhead mode max, bro. Fuck. Okay, how can I address this issue? Maybe there's a way of simplifying it, maybe. If I can't figure it out in 5 minutes, I'm just gonna fucking call it. I can't believe it took me that long to figure out that you could place like that. Hmm. Okay, if this undershoots by 4, I have a solution. It's very cheesy, but I don't care. Did not undershoot by 4. Undershoot by 6. Not even 6. 8, 9. No, not 6. Eight, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53. 2, 6. Okay, this is okay. What I'm doing right now is cheating. I'm not even gonna lie. This is fucking cheating. I'm just cheating right now. I'm not gonna be honest. So plugging this in, type in the run. This is cheating, but I don't give a fuck. Fuck this. This is pissing me off. 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh god. 2, 6, 16. Oh my god. No, it's cooked. All right, yeah, it's over. I'm not gonna figure this out. It's been too long. It's been an hour and 40 minutes, bro. Unfortunate. Because what I was gonna try to do now is I was gonna cheat, plug some numbers and see if I can find a pattern, but I can't. Uh, yeah, I think it's over. I don't know how to account for this. How could I do that? How could I account for these different things? My idea was you could just sit here, wait, but you can't. Okay. Oh, I think this is a medium. I am using DP, you fuck, but like, how do I account for this? I know it's a DP problem. But how big can these subproblems be? Okay, let's look at the tags. Oh fucking great. Yeah, dynamic programming. No shit, it's dynamic programming. That's what I've been doing this whole time. You fucking morons. Damn. Pissing me off. Now I'm mad. Now I'm actually mad. I need chill. Chill out. Chill. You chill. If oh, bro. My ego wants me to sit here and keep solving it. But I know I should probably get on to making the project and go code. Like actual shit. Because that's what the stream is. This was supposed to be a warm up. I thought this was going to be a lot easier than it was. It's these L shapes. These L shapes are fucking me up. So let's isolate on that. Let's isolate on the L shapes. Assuming we put an L shape here, we can just pull from here. Assuming we pull an L shape here, that's if it's 5. Plus the different variants. One, 2. So this is 5. There's 2 different ways of doing this. There's 2 different ways. If I do this, and let's say it's 6, then you have to do this, you have to do this, then you have to do this. Right? Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I do this, you can do it like this. Then you could do it like this. So that's 2 different ways. Plus the different ways you can do this, which is the sub problem from before, where if you do, you can do, oh my goodness. If you do this, this is the same thing as the number 5. So every time you expand past 4, there's a new orientation of these L shapes you can place. There's 2. There's 2 new ones. And then you can look back here, pull this one. As this grows. Oh no, you mother of. Because that's if you place an L shape like that. If you place an L shape like that, there's two different things you can do. You can either run it out. Okay, so how about we isolate it as okay, we put a single, we look here. That's obviously that simple. If we place this, we can either place it here, or we can place something over here and have this, and so on. If we place this, so these are the only two combinations we can place on this new square. It's this and this. These are effectively the same thing. Okay, so let's rethink this. Okay, I'm gonna shoot this for a little bit longer, and we're gonna be chilling. Okay, I think I actually got the idea. We're chilling now. We're chilling. Okay. If I place this L, we have to think about okay, what happens where this other L goes. That's a very specific subcase of the problem. We can either say the L ends here, and then we can pull the DP from here. We could say the L ends here, which isn't possible. We could say we could put the L here. We could say the L ends here, or the L ends here. This isn't possible, so the L has to end here. So there has to be an odd gap between the two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, what marks the end and the beginning of the L? Two, three, four. It has to be even. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it doesn't actually. You can add a 5. It has to be greater than 5. So I move that back by 1. Well, okay, if I move this back by 1, I say here, and then I can do this, do this. Okay, so no. They match. So there's actually a little bit more involved in this, and I could figure it out. Because if you place this, then you pull from this DP, and then if you go down here, you could pull from. Then you would have to flip it like this. Okay. 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 We're going. We're moving. Is there a pattern to this? So it's these L shapes that are messing me up. They're very bad. They're very misbehaved. Okay, so here's my idea. Move. Oh wow, I used all this space. Okay, here's my idea. Here's my new idea, and this is the last idea I'm gonna try. It's the last idea. Let's say we have this box. Let's say we place an under L. Okay. If we go and try to place an L right here, since it is, let's say this is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 and 6. So this, say we want to place the start of it right here. This is the tip. Since it is even number away, we would have to place it like that. That's only one combination, and then you pull from right here. But we could also go and place an L right here. Or we can't, actually. Or yeah, we can. We have to place like this. Now we can pull from this DP, and that's only one combination. Then if we go right here, we would have to place it like this, which is one combination, pull back. Then we could go here, place it like this, and this is also another combination. So there's a little bit more involved. So it is actually this plus everything here. So you'd add this, and add this. So if I place here, I would add this DP. If I placed it like this, I would add this DP. And I would add this DP, and so on and so forth. That only happens after 4 iterations, I would say. After this happens at 5. Does that idea still hold if I do it from 3 or 2 or whatever? So comment this out for now. Comment this out. This is fine. We can start at we can just start at 3. We know 1, we know 2, and this is where we can start placing everything. So dp at I for now is going to equal, or let's just say sum, which is going to be equal to this dp at I. This is equal to if we stayed still, and this is equal to do if we did double double. So we have case 1 or minus I minus 1, which is stayed still, or just did the single stick, and then we have I minus 2, which is if we did double sticks. Okay, now we need to figure out the placement of the L's. Okay, so what we can do is we can say for J in range of what? Well, we're looking for the end position. The end position is given by 2. It has to be 2 away. So it's going to start at I minus 2. And it's going to go to 0, and it's going to decrease by 1. Right? Because you start at 6, we should start at 4. Because that's the first place we can place this other L. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say dp at I plus equals dp at j minus 1 times, not times 2, because there's no other combination here. Because if we place like this, actually, yeah, because you can just place like that, it's different. So it is times 2. Does that work? I'm expecting. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Submit that bitch. Oh my fucking god. Oh. Mod. What is it mod by? Mod by 10 to the 7 plus 7. Oh my god, chill out. Chill out. If that doesn't work, I give up. Okay, I'm just cooked. Unless this is wrong. Oh, it's 10 to the 9 plus 7. There you go. It's over. It's done. The torture is done. The torture is done. The torture is fucking done. The torture is done. Oh my fucking god. And okay, and to optimize this, we can just keep a curve sum. Oh my god, bro. Oh my fucking god. It's over, dude. It's over. It's fucking over. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was annoying. I'm glad we solved it. My ego prevailed. Thank God. Oh, fucker. That fucking stupid ass. God, stupid motherfucker. Alright, let's optimize this real quick. I minus 2, we start at 3, so I'll hold 1, that starts at 1. So it'll be plus equals, or plus per times 2, and then you do per plus equals dp at I, and that should give you the right answer. There you go. Oh, no, that was completely fucking wrong. What is cur? Cur should be equal to 2? No, that doesn't make sense. Make cur equal to 0. Oh, wait, no. Cur, what are you supposed to equal? It's not this, it's dp at I minus 1, I'm pretty sure. Or minus 2. There you go. Oh, God. There you go. Beats 100%. That's what you like to see. That's what you fucking like to see. Beats 100%. Fuck you. Fuck everyone who doubted me. Anyone who doubted me, go fuck yourself. Look at that. Look, beats 100%. Look how clean. Oh my god. You motherfuckers, dude. Okay, it was that. I was missing some key observation. Wow. Dude, I was low key. Okay. I'm taking a break real quick. I'm gonna chill because okay, we have it solved. We have it solved. We have it solved. Give me a second. I'm gonna chill for a second. Wow, that took a long time. The only reason why it took that long was not to come up with the idea of how to place the L's. It was because I forgot. I didn't know how to place dominoes because I'm stupid. It took a long time because I didn't know you could place the dominoes in a certain way. That's not my fault. I don't think that's my fault. Oh, wow. I'm so happy that is done with. Jesus Christ. Was that a productive 2 hours? I don't know. Some people would say not. I would say so. I would say that was productive. So it wasn't the idea of placing. It was, it was just I couldn't figure out the extra combinations. I forgot that. That's okay, though. That's okay. That's okay, though. We take those. We eat those. Now, if this was an interview question, I'd probably get it right. Maybe, hopefully, it'll give me a hint. If they didn't give me a hint, I'm cooked. If they wouldn't have given me a hint, I'm cooked. It's over. I'm dead. I'm destroyed. Slaughtered. Cooked. Forever. But thankfully, they gave me a hint. Nice. Now that I solved it, though, I'll agree with everyone else that says it's not a medium. Just, not to say I'm too good or nothing. You know, this was kind of like a hard. You know, this was kind of like a hard. Like, technically, this is labeled wrong. This is a hard. You know, guys, right? This is a hard. These guys are right. Yeah. I'm gonna upvote that. Yeah, you're right. Nah, I think that was a medium. That was definitely a medium. because it's kind of a DP. It's just you had to integrate that one step. I think that was DP. Unless I forgot. Neat-code classifies as hard as like one that has like a specific trick, and I guess the specific trick to that problem was iterating, like figuring out that you have to place the L's in a specific manner. Um, but I mean, what? What did this guy draw? What is this? Oh, he did 2D? Oh no, he didn't do TD. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's a cool problem. Definitely not worth 2 hours of work, but whatever. Understand the sequence. What is this badge? 100 days? So, 100 days back in 2023 is crazy work. Someone got asked this question. I have a friend like that could solve this, but like the problem is he's like a competitive programmer. So, but you know, very cool, very cool. I'm glad I solved it. 2 hours of time, whatever. The price you pay, the price you pay for a dub. You know what I'm saying? Price you pay for a dub. 2 hours for 4 lines of code. Is that crazy? That's kind of crazy if you think about it. That is kind of crazy. I can make that code even smaller if I wanted to. Make the code even smaller. Make it even smaller. See, this is cheating though. I don't think that's even gonna run. I don't think that's syntactically correct. Oh, 3 lines of code. Hey, that's 3 lines of code right there. That's a 3-line solution if you think about it. If you really think about it. Oh wait, what about this? Make it even shorter. Whoa, whoa. Oh, all right, that fucks up. Okay, so you can't do that. But okay, 3 line of code. 3 lines of code. I'm not gonna hate. Yeah, you can solve these problems with 3 lines of code. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. Honestly, I could do 1, 1, 2. Get rid of this line. And I could do that, I think. I think that would work. I don't know. I don't know if that actually works. Because I don't know how this operates. Oh, no, it does. You get rid of that. What else could you do? Is there anything else you could do to simplify this code? I don't think so. Yeah, but that was fun. That was cool. Maybe you could just say, why this just be DP times? No, because that's towards a few years. Whatever. Very cool. So, 2 hours worth of work for 5 lines of code. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. I'm going to take a short break, like a minute or 5 minutes, and then we'll go and work on the project. So I'll be right back. All right. 5 minutes is up. Probably a little bit more than 5 minutes, to be honest, but who gives a fuck? So, we're gonna be working on the project now. Uh, because no more excuses. It was 2 hours to do the leak code. Uh, yeah. So let me introduce what the project is. Before we get started, we can close this. So the project is something I've been meaning to use for a while. I can close this. We don't need this. I have a blank screen open. It's basically I used to use this thing called Brain FM. And Brain FM basically has like a timer, and the idea is it plays these pieces of music that's generated, and it's supposed to affect your brain and make you focus really hard. Now, to be honest, it's bullshit. I think it's bullshit. I don't think it actually works. Um, I don't think it made me any more focused than if I just listen to like regular music. I think it's more of the style of music. I like, but that's like more of a tangent. It played music and it had a timer and it span up. Let me see if I can pull up an example. Brain FM. I don't know what science they're backed by, but it doesn't really work for me. Here, so you have like this image, and they have like a timer and tells you how long you're in focus for. Now, I really liked the timer because I like to keep track. You know, I like numbers, and I like to see how long I've been working for. Right? But people are like, "Oh, Jake, why don't you just set up a timer and look at the timer?" Well, I don't do that because I want to have a history of my work. Okay, there's something out there that exists. I'm pretty. This project definitely already exists. I haven't done too much research into seeing if it exists or not, but that's not the point. But yeah, there's some projects out there that do it. But the problem is they're either too verbose or they make you download an app and then they make you sign up and blah blah blah, right? Which is annoying. I had this one app. It was called Clockify, I think. It's a good app, but I don't want it to be an app. I'm pretty sure they have a web only version and stuff like that, but I didn't like it. It's basically for it's basically mostly for your work hours too. I'm pretty sure like paid hours, so you can like invoice people if you're like a freelancer or something. You get paid by the hour as a freelancer. Freelancer. But that's not what I need, right? What I need is just a very minimalist timer that goes up, and when I can keep notes on a task, I can see what task I'm working on, how many hours I've dedicated to that task, and so on and so forth. So that's the idea of the project. Oh shit, my computer crashed. Wait, is everything back? Is everything good?
Is everything back? Is everything
Okay,
good?
good. Whoa, that was crazy work. Okay, I think everything should be fine now. Yeah, that was funny. Okay, so I just restarted my computer on fucking accident. Uh, yeah, so I restarted my computer on fucking accident because uh I used to have a problem where if you bumped the computer, it would freeze, and I was unplugging my mouse to move it. But I never plugged my mouse back in. So when I went to go and move my mouse, it didn't move. So I thought my computer died. So I decided to restart the computer, and then I realized, oh wait, my mouse isn't plugged in, and it was already too late. It was already cooked. So no, it was. But yeah, that's kind of funny, but whatever. All right. So what was I on about? I was on the project. I just need a minimalist time tracking thing that can keep track of projects. It can keep track of notes, and it can keep all that stuff because I like seeing number go up. It's basically the moral of the story. Now the tech stack is we'll make it the backend and Go. We'll use Postgres and we'll use like React or something for the front end. Even though it doesn't really need React, but I don't really care to be honest. Um, yeah. So let's get started. Let me set everything up real quick. Oh no, connecting over the thing is gonna be annoying, isn't it? Alright, let me set everything up. Alright. This will be that. And this will be npm. Okay. Open that up. Oh, I shouldn't have anything set up. It's right. Boom. This should be still connected to my DB. Let's open up pgadmin. Blah, 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 blah. Let me quit that. Give me 1 second. Once I set everything up, I'll turn on my screen. Just no, not in the web app. Go back. Web app. Or no, command line. I have none of my old things. There you go. Properties advanced. Right. Okay, I think everything should be fine. I think the database is connected. Blah blah blah. Yeah. So we have the web app, we have the database. Let me just try querying the database real quick. How do I know if the database is online? Go. Did I ever ping the connection? I did ping the connection. Okay, run. Go run. Oh. CD backend. Boom. Down. Go run. Make. Oh, make. Is it up and running? Is the database pinged? Database is pinged. We are good to go. And I will turn on the camera. If not, we have to wait. Still waiting. Okay, is this up? Do I have any like prints that even? Oh, I don't. Just log database connected and ready to turn on. Ready to start server. Right and cancel make. Hurry the fuck up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Okay, I do not think it's connecting the database correctly. This is just taking forever to load. Are you serious, dude? Come on, bro. Okay, server's starting. Or is it freezing? On the ping? Okay, it's the ping. It's not working. Which is quite annoying. Can I specify a timeout for this ping? The reason why I can't turn on my camera right now is I did not want to leak my keys. Neither though I'm doing this on a local environment, I still don't wanna. Still don't wanna leak it. Motherfucker. Okay. This is why WSL is a little annoying sometimes, but it's okay. We'll get through it. Oh, yes, because my IP changed because I moved. Yes. That would make sense. What was the computer I'm looking at? I'm looking at this one. Give me that. That. Paste that. Okay, nice. So that's saved in my system. The IP we should be using is Okay, this is gonna be annoying. About to give up on using this. Come on, dude, stop. Stop being a dickhead, bro. My god. It's okay. Just work. Okay, connection refused. There you go, that's better. Why was the connection refused? The dial-up just failed. Okay, so great. I don't want to develop this on my local machine. I want to do it on WS. I don't want to develop it on Windows. I want to develop it on Linux. But if WSL is not going to work right now, I'm going to have to sit here and play around with it for the next. Come on, dude. Just work. I remember dealing with this bullshit earlier. This was very annoying. Just connect to the database. Just connect to the database. There we go. We're online. Nice. Okay, I can get rid of this screen. Actually, show you what's going on. Okay. All right. Nice. Boom. Just gonna get close. Yes. All right, guys. Here you go. Scripts. Start. Oh, it reset. That's nice. Whatever. All right. Here you go. Okay, great. So we should be able to do make. Quit screen. Make. Go. Nice. Okay, it is online. We have a basic Byte plus React template thingy. And that's it. Alright, so we can get to work. I kind of don't have anything set up. I have a database with an init SQL, which just reads this SQL query I have written. I have not touched this project in about what? How long have I not touched this project for? Think about 6 months. I haven't touched this project. You can actually go and look at the GitHub. See. I have not committed to this project in 5 months. Beautiful. So 5 months I have not committed to this project. So the queries, everything I've written is kind of cooked. It's kind of cooked. So what do we need to do? Let's get a plan. Let's get a game plan. We don't really have much going on now. I did want to do and host and make the OAuth, but I don't feel like dealing with the keys. The OAuth code is kind of there. I pulled this from my last project. I don't feel like dealing with it. So I think what we'll do is we'll have something that creates a basic account, ties it to an ID, and then start working on the sessions, because that's going to be the most annoying part. let's do that. I need to get used to my coding style in Go and how I laid out my backends and stuff. So what I used to do, I haven't coded in Go in a long time because I kind of changed what I do. I didn't want to become a backend developer anymore. But what I do is I have these things called entities. These are basically data models that I read into memory. I have handlers, which obviously handle requests. I have service, which handle like the logic of querying a database or all that stuff. And then I have the repository, which is basically the database queries I need. So they should take an account ID, take in this. I don't know why this one's uppercase. And then I have obviously database implementation with the respective queries written inside the code. For interacting with Postgres, I use PGX, and originally I used to write my own router, but this time around I just decided to use Echo because I don't really care. I don't feel like writing my own router. On an original project I was working on over the summer and kind of last year, I I made my own router, but for now I'm not gonna use my own router. So great. Now we have basically everything. We have a database, which this just holds my init SQL query, and yeah. Let's go look at this data. Let's see what's going on here. So yeah, the accounts you just have an ID and email. That's all we need to store because we're gonna use OAuth, so there's not gonna be no passwords or nothing. I'll implement OAuth eventually. Why can't I not move? Okay. Nice. Okay. Then you have sessions. So sessions are kind of the work thing. So for example, the leak code session would be a session. It would be a work session. Obviously, you have an ID attached to it. You have a name attached to it because you can name your sessions time elapsed, time current, time ended, is it active, and the account it's tied to. By the way, this whole project's open source, so revealing what the database queries is no issue, and revealing the integrity of everything is not a big deal. Then you have tasks. So tasks are like the things you're currently working on. You can think of those as your projects. So for example, a task could be completing this project, doing this or doing that, doing a leak code problem. Those are your tasks. Obviously, they need an ID. You obviously need to name the task, the time elapsed on the task, the time current. Is this task active? Is it completed? And the account ID. So time current means basically what is the last update. So basically I remember doing this earlier, but I haven't touched this in months. Was the main like thing that makes this project quote unquote difficult, when it's not really difficult, but the only like main challenge with this project is managing time. Time is kind of a challenge in computers. So how do we manage time? How do we know when to update or how much time to update when they query this or they do that? And that's the idea of time current. So time current will be like, okay, last time you updated me was at this. Now you're trying to update me again, and it keeps track of how much we should increment time elapsed by. That's the idea. It's like time. A more accurate name would be probably like time of last updated. But yeah. So let me go through and let's actually add documentation. So next time I go through this code, it's not going to be annoying as fuck. SQL, how do you do multi-line query? Oh, I forget. Slash, including slash. Thought I just did that and it didn't work. Oh no, I only put one slash. Oh, there you go. Okay. So init.sql, it's the file. Let's do the date. 5/25. So keeps track of. So this is just like the template of the database layout. Yeah. That's all you need to know for now. Sure, we'll just keep that. And I'm the only person working on this project, so it doesn't really matter. But I'll just put written by. I'll just use my online name. Who cares? Or actually, just use my online name. Who cares? So accounts. What do accounts do? Keeps track of the accounts. Only needs the ID and email because we are using auth. And keeping the ID, I don't need to explain that, it's obvious. My design choice to keep only the email and the ID is because of a lot. Sessions. So what is a session? So sessions are, well, what do sessions? What do they need to keep track of? They need keep track of name. That's like the big thing about this. Time elapsed is equal to the last time we have updated the, oh, I did not spell updated. Oh my god, updated the entry. It should be used to manage time calculations. So, for example, say we update our time at 10 seconds. Or we pause at 10 seconds. Or we resume. We do a fetch time request at 10 seconds. Let's say we fetch time at 20 seconds. We would say time now minus time current, which is equal to the amounts, which is equal to updated or change in time. There you go. So I might want to change this name to maybe last updated, time last updated. Maybe that'd probably be a better name, but that's the idea. So we have task. Okay, so tasks are active projects we are working on. Same idea. Sessions applies to current here. And then notes. Notes are tied to a session or a task. Given a specific Bro, I don't know. Don't fucking ask me, bro. Dude, that dude crashed the fuck out. I don't even know, bro. That dude was insane. And if you watch this, that dude was insane. Not even gonna cap, bro. That dude was insane. Yeah. Yeah, I should. Yeah, I should. I should take his advice. You're right. I should. I should really use the essay to do real world things, not to jerk off and leak code all day while hoping for a job. I really. That's actually a golden comment in that shit. Oh god, it's funny. You're a pussy, bro. You're a pussy, bro. Going to sleep. Going to sleep too early, bro. You're going to sleep too early, bro. You need to be on the grind, bro. Can't be going to sleep this early. All right. All right. So the first thing I want to do is create insert into sessions, name, time, current, blah blah blah. Extract epoch from now as begins. True. Where account ID is equal to that. Active is equal to true. Okay, so do I have a test account I have made? Do I have that? Quick tool. Select all. Public dot tables. Oh my god, I don't have F keys on this keyboard, so I have to press Fn every time I want to run it. Okay. Select all from sessions. Select all from accounts. Okay, so I have a test account, sessions. You guys go. So this is when the last time I ever touched this project was back in then. When was that? Epoch time. Let's see that. January 13th. Crazy work. At 6 p.m. Very interesting. It's history. That's kind of history right here. This is history. Okay. So we have a session attached. We can get active. Great. Get active. That should return this. Now, if I go to service, I can create and it should fail. Okay, so let me comment because where should I put my errors? Bar error active session equals error dot fmt or fmt.error. Wait, why am I doing that? Why don't I just do errors dot new counts already as active session. There you go. Now, repository sesh service, I will return, instead of returning that, I will return error active session. There you go. This is a log debug. Type check, unable to do that. Are you sure? You know what that is, right? Yes. Okay. Creates will attempt to create a new active session under the user's account. Fails when an active session already exists, or when there is an unexpected error. You are not crashed because I can still call you, so you need to shut up. This LSP needs to shut up. Okay, so handler. So post new, we have a create. We create on this test account. If it fails, we return error. Session already has. So if errors.is, I forgot and go how to properly handle like a nice clean error handler. Switch. We don't need any like propagation, so it doesn't matter. Case error active session. We will return. I wish it was like kind of like Rust. Well, that would be nice if I could just be like return this switch to it. Then we could just copy this. However, no, you motherfucker. However, oh, sorry. Turn that. Else by default we will send a internal server error JSON error unexpected error. Sure, that's good enough. And then we can pass in the value of errors dot join. Is a join that I use? I forget. We'll say errors. No, error plus. Because I'm pretty sure you get plus because it's already a string. I might have to convert it though. Unexpected. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Errors. Or can I just call that? Boom, 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 boom. And this should be, no, this isn't the same thing. You should stop erroring because if you, okay, I need to fix this because if it keeps doing this, if it keeps propping up all this nonsense, I'm gonna get mad. Because this This linter is being very annoying. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you know what these functions are. That's the problem. Like, if I can control K, if I can shift K it, you know where this is. So you shouldn't be crashing. Okay. There you go. So post new, switch on the error. If it's an active session, we say active session. I mean, the only thing that really changes is the status request, but whatever. Who cares? Better be a little bit more verbose than not. Don't need to print the error anymore. Else we say session made. Okay. Now, how do I want to test this code? Boom, boom. Let's go to main. And there you go. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me set up this. The last thing I need to set up. Thank you. It's fine. There you go. Don't care about no releases. The free version does not support use in VS Code. What? Thunder Client, you've betrayed me. Wow. Oh my god, Thunder Client has betrayed me. No way. That is crazy. I can't believe it does not allow for that is crazy. Insane. I mean, that's fine, but like, what, dude? Can't believe it did that. Oops, I just turned my desktop audio all the way up. I don't even remember what I set it at before, but whatever. You guys go. Okay. Pull up the Thunder client. HTTP / what's my URL? It's not actually that. It's the backend's on a different URL. Backend's on my Linux URL. So I need to go pull that up. So if I were to, I shouldn't be able to query on my home machine. This should not work. Yes, that's what I expected. That's kind of annoying. I don't want to use curl. What was the one dev environment I was using? Okay. I'm feeling a little sick. Hope I'm not getting sick. That'd be fucking annoying. Because if I was getting sick, I'd be very mad. Bam. Oh, 1 second. It's on 3002. Come on, bro. Be serious. What is the issue with you? What is the issue with you? Bro, there's no shot. Localhost. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I can query this. Why can I not do localhost 3000? This doesn't make sense. Oh, okay. I can. Very weird. Okay. So if I do slash, what was that, please? So if I do, what is the API routes I set up for it? So it's slash API v1 sessions slash new. Slash API v1 sessions slash new. All right, good. Again, we don't have any IDs, verification, or nothing because, again, I have to wait till I set up OAuth, which I'll do off stream because I don't feel like dealing with hiding the keys and everything. That'd be pretty sad if I was streaming this and I showed the keys. So that'd be pretty sad. Okay. Okay, so we can start a session. So let's go and make it so you can end a session. That would be the next logical step. So you can create a session or you can end a session. Let's do that. Let's do end. That's context. Let's pass in the account ID you're doing it for. That's it. Pass it in there. Let's say CRUD operations. What's it CRUD? Postgres, you gotta go implement that, dude. Basic CRUD. Now we'll do others. Func R repo end ctx context E64 nothing else. Error. Okay. Error r.con.executes ctx blank query. All right. Query end is equal to, I need to take this. Okay. So what we're gonna need to do is we're going to need to do one of two things. First thing we need to do is obviously end the session. So we pull that up with SQL init. Let's go down in sessions. What does it mean to end a session? Well, it means to end a session if we actually give it a time ended and set active to false. So let's update. Now, I forgot how to update in Postgres because I have not done this in a long time. So give me an update statement, please. Okay, so we're going to update sessions. We're gonna set we're gonna set active to false. Then we are going to set time ended to this epoch thing. Which this is how we get the epoch. Equal to this. Okay. Now we will say where count ID is equal to 1,000. Okay, so we're missing one thing. So we will now set the time ended, but we need to update the time current in the we need to update the time elapsed, because the problem is how do we update that? So what we'll do is we'll call the update time elapse query and then end it. I think that's the simplest thing to do, because we could do this. We could figure out, okay, update the time elapse, and do that. But the problem is if active is false, then we don't want to update the time elapsed. We just want to end the session. You're not going to really have any increased time. So I think the proper thing to do is in the handler or in the service, when you go to end it, it'll first update it and then call the end function. I think that's the proper thing to do. So that should be a note. Note. Does not handle updating the elapsed time. This is because updating the elapsed time is varied depending on the situation, i.e. the session is paused and you stop it. So it is up to the server or the service to call the update elapsed function before ending. I think that is the correct call. Okay. Now we can go here and call the query end. Nice. Okay. So we can create, we can end. Now let's do an update query. Update elapsed. Contexts and account ID 64, and this will return a error. For now, we will do this. Execute ctx a blank thing account ID and return error. Right. Issues. Okay. So we'll jump to here, pull this, we'll go to repository, and we'll paste this here. Okay. The job of this is to update the elapsed time, obviously. Fetches the active session if it exists. This will update the elapsed time. Okay, so I have the logic for updating the elapsed time, which I can pull from the repo. So let's go and make that query updates elapsed. Oh my goodness. Elapsed. This because I don't have this on my keyboard, so. Bam, bam. Okay. Go and let's update this. I'm going to go see if I can pull some old queries out of the old version, so I don't have to figure out how to do this again. So I would not want to. Okay, update elapsed. So time save as this update. Nice. Okay. So let's make sure this query works. So let's write it out first. So with time save as, and then what did I have to do to get this pulled out? It was something involved. What's this? Because originally, when I was making the command line version, I was using SQLite. Because the idea was there was going to be a local version and then there's going to be a cloud version, and it was just easier to use SQLite because it stores on your local machine. And in SQLite, it's as easy as saying select Unix epoch, but in Postgres, it's a little bit more involved. We have to do this. At least 4 months ago it was. I don't know if they've updated it, but I have not updated my Postgres version, so I don't know. I don't know. Select time save or select all from time save. Boom. Run these queries. Oh no, syntax error. That's not good. That is not good. So this is wrong. I don't think this is how you write this in Postgres. I think that is an SQLite thing. I think that is an SQLite thing. See. Okay. And we have the epoch now. Good. Do I use this anywhere? Because if I do, this is going to mess up. Okay, so I need to use the with statement. Because I need to store this variable. Because I need to use it multiple times. The reason for that is because you want a snapshot of the time. So with time's changing all the time, right? So if your query gets delayed by some arbitrary amount of time, you don't want to refetch the Unix epoch, right? You want to get a snapshot of what you think it is, and no matter the delays, you go and use that same variable. That's something you'll learn in concurrency, which is what I research. So. Okay, so. Because I want to store this as with time now as this statement. So this way you do this. Then I can select all from time now. There you go. Okay, so I have this snapshot of time. Now I want to go and I want to update sessions. And I'm going to set the time elapsed equal to time elapsed plus time now minus time current. And time current equal to time now. From time now, where active is equal to 1 and the account ID. Is equal to whatever the account ID needs to be, which I think is 1. I think the account ID is 1. Yeah. So this should do what I needed to do. So you go in, you update sessions, set time elapsed equal to time elapsed plus time now minus time current. So this is incrementing that. Then you do time current. Oh, fuck. Wait a minute. This is an issue. Select all from time now. What does this come back as? Comes back as extract. You bitch. Oh, you motherfucker. How do I put an alias? Name alias. Postgres. How do I do that again? And then we'll say, because I want to put an alias on that so I can reference it easier rather than saying extract. I want to change the name of this. Select all from past, and I'll say as what? Time now. Something like that. Does that work? There you go. That does work. Time. Or time now. So does this query hole work? I don't know. Oh. Oh, my bad. Oh yeah, because this should be true. Right. There you go. Time elapsed is big as fuck. And then if I run it again, time elapsed should be your time elapsed. It has that 0 out front. Now if I run this query, has that 1 out front. Nice. Okay, great. So this query works. So we'll take this, go and put it in here. This needs to turn to a $sign, and everything else is fine. And this has the account ID already, so then we can just say query update elapsed. Okay. Now we have that, we have that, we have the error, we have everything set up. Now we should be able to go split this and go into services and create our service. God, I'm getting a headache. So how much longer do I have? I'm gonna push for 30 more minutes and then I'm gonna stop because I'm getting a crazy headache. But I do want to finish this before I go. Which is kind of unfortunate because I was kind of in a flow. Okay. So we have all this, blah, 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 blah. We can create a thing. We can end the thing. I don't know why I'm not standardizing these names. I'm going to do that. Standardize. Should be account ID. Should be account ID. Should be account ID. Okay. Function as service. Thank you. Boom. Nice. Okay. So to end, what do we need to do here? I think calling time elapsed should be a private function. Or do you guys think it should be public? When do you need to update time elapsed? I think it should be a public thing. If it's not, that's not a good idea, then I'll change it later. For now, I think this is a pretty good idea. Because I want to use it, I think I'll have to use it in the account handler sooner or later. So, I might as well just have it now. Okay, so the reason why I'm making this public is because I most likely will need to use this again in the account handler. But I don't know, because this is really kind of a special thing. But I'm only going to draw, like, think about this for like 30 seconds. And then I'll, like, because it's not that big of a deal. Because I can always just remove it. I'm just thinking, would it be a good idea? We'll keep it public, because worst case, I won't use it. And if I find I'm not using it, then I'll private it. If not, whatever, I'll keep it public. There's no reason to think about it too hard. All right, so let's go and take the s dot repo dot update elapsed. Take in the ctx and the account ID. And we'll just honestly for now return the error because I don't know what's gonna go on right here. So I don't know what's really gonna happen here. I probably have to go read the documentation and go see what this returns. Because I don't know what this returns, so I don't know how to understand. PGX update query returns. Not really getting a clear answer. So whatever. Okay. So okay, let me create a test. Do I have any tests? Do I have a test route? No, I do not. Okay, so let's make some tests. I have a test. God damn it. Go. How do I put the test? I forget. I forget how Go likes it. It's low key. I want to just be able to test these services and not have to worry about it. But I forgot how you organize test and go. Let me go look at my other project. Let me go look. Let me go look. um, history right here. This is history. I love looking back at old projects because it's so it's just so interesting to look at. Just to see they used to code, what was going on, remembering what was going on in those times. It's pretty cool. So I'll do services. Fuck it. How do I want to schedule my test? Do I want to schedule it by modular or by account, or do I want to schedule it by? I'll do it by this sessions. Okay, and then I'll do services. Go. I think that's how it likes it. Now let's create a test. Test. Elapse. Update. T. Testing. T. Package. Sessions, I guess. Just for test. And then nv.load. How far back do we have to go? Two back, I think. To get the load. Nice. We'll pull the same database logic of getting this query thingy out. I wish I had my assert library. I'll have to go get it in a second. Just Go's asserts are dog shit. Rust is really nice with that. I will give them that. Rust is really nice with servers. Yeah, honestly, fuck it. Install Testify, please. We'll go. I really like this library. It's very good. Go install. Or it's not go install. It's go get. Because go install would install to my local machine. I feel like I don't like it. I don't like it that much to install on my local machine. That's crazy work. Certify is a very good website. Or not website, library. I like it a lot. Oh shit, I only grabbed the assert thing. It doesn't matter. PGX pool, you can also get pulled into this. That's fine. Okay, let me go and close this, please. Let me close this. Hello. Okay, so we load up this, we load up this. You can simplify this because I don't care. Asserts, nil, fucking error, database, failed to make. Oh, there you go. That's some T. go. Database. I don't care if you ping the database. And also, this needs to be this, but this doesn't. This can just be assert. Nil. Yes, please. Say failed database. Go. And okay, let's test this. Go test. Go test. Test. Go test test. Go test test. Go test test. Go test test test. Go test. Go test all. Okay. God damn it. How do you run the go test? AI, help me. Go test? Did I name it the test file? Oh no, I didn't. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, services. Holy shit. Sessions. Ah, okay, so it's not loading the file. Is this error out or no? How far back do you need to go, motherfucker? You need to go one back. You shouldn't have to go too far back. Right. Go test reverse dash 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 dot. Okay, so it does not loading that file, unfortunately. Let's also change the make file. Make file. Tests. Go test dash v. Do this. This is test v, and then this is just test. Test dash. Go test verbosely. Go test. Okay, doesn't like loading that. Where is my NV file? My NV file is right there, so I don't know why you're not working. How is this also read? Is it read as sessions or is it read at? Okay, it is. Nice. What do you want from me, mother? How are you not loading this? You just need backup by 2, no? Error loading dash dash slash dash dash slash dash dash slot files. Mad. I don't know how to use my own API. I literally made that shit too. That's the funny part. This should work though. I mean, I don't know why it's not. Load file names. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it just should work. If I call it just load, will it work? No. Error when loading files. Well, can you explain the error? Why do I not catch the error? The hell? Catch the error and explain it. I don't know why I wouldn't explain the error. That's fucking stupid. No such file directly. Directly. Did I just say directly? Yeah, that's why I'm confused that this isn't working. Because theoretically, it should be able to just back up to directories and work. Okay, there you go. I guess I had to say that. No, it still failed. Why did it fail? Oh, do I not have OAuth installed? Be surprised if I don't have OAuth installed. I guess I don't. Yeah, that's fine. Go get that shit. Nice. Okay. So tests are passing. That scared the shit out of me. I thought I opened up. Alright. This headache is getting bad, but I'm gonna keep going for 15 more minutes. Okay, well that was kind of annoying to set up, but whatever. I thought it'd be quicker. This said I put I'll fucking out, but I don't know. Okay, so now we have the database. Let's go. Oh my god, I have to create the service. Sessions.new service. What are the arguments you require? Stop. What are the arguments you require? It requires a repo, so make the repo error sessions new Postgres. This requires a DB pool, which we will pass in. Then we'll is that all you require? It's DP pool, yes, it is. And it just returns. Oh, so it doesn't return error. Repo can go there and pass in the repo. It's having an error. This passes the serve. Okay. Serve dot update elapsed context dot background, and we'll pass in what? Bam. You are used, and we returned an error from this, so we're gonna say assert dot nil. We will say failed update time elapsed. Okay, let's see what the updated value was in the database. So the old value was 5361. We're just gonna look at the last four. Now, after running the test, it is 6321. Okay, so the reason why I just did on that detour to make that this like little quick test was because I wanted to I don't want to make a route every single time and then hit the route when I'm just testing the services, so it's easier, at least I would think it's easier to have this test code I can just run and call test and call test and call test and test the functionality I want instead of spinning up the web app, hitting it with the API endpoint, and doing that. I think it would be easier just to do this. So that's why I went on this detour to set up this quick test environment. So Okay. So we have this test environment now. Query this stuff. I'm not gonna worry about verifying tests or nothing like that. That's not my goal. My goal is just to have an easy way to run these functions. And this thing had a lot of sugars in it. How many servings was this? Damn! Chocolate milk got too much servings in it, bro. Or too much sugar in it. That's crazy. How did I just drink that much sugar? The fuck? Okay. So we know updating it works. Good. Now we can go and create the logic for ending a session. The first thing we're going to do is we are going to call s.update time elapsed. First thing we're going to do. Capture an error. If there was an error, for now, we'll just return the error. Okay. Then we can just say s.end, and we'll say ctx counts ID. Now I should go into the test. Load. I mean, I don't want to be able to create this database every single time. I'll just make this global func init. That's I know this is really inefficient, but do tests run in parallel unless you say to? I don't think so, right? I'm gonna assume they don't run in parallel unless you explicitly say so. Because if they do run in parallel, this is gonna mess up. But if it doesn't, then we're chilling. Oops, what the fuck did I just do? She wanted to yank. Oh, chill, chill, chill. I don't know what this means. I don't know what I did. Technically, I shouldn't be able to have to call this. I can just call that. Okay, so no, it does run concurrently. Just annoying, because I don't want it to run concurrently. I want it to run one after the other, please. Yeah, that is a little annoying. I want it to wait a second. I don't want it to run concurrently. It's quite fucking annoying. Even if I do this, I don't think it'll fix. Yeah, so this was running concurrently. That's annoying, but whatever. I guess I'll just return the server. I don't know, that's gonna be annoying. But whatever, whatever, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. It's probably never gonna slow down the code. So who actually cares about what it does? Loki. Just you know. What? Test for burst, please. You mean that's not enough arguments? You just need a testing T. Is that a testing T? What? Did I not? Oh, there we go. 737. Nice. All right. Let's run some more code. Why is this here? What the fuck is this? I don't know what I did here. I'll have to fix it later. Let's write some more code then. Okay, so let's test the end. Honestly, I should probably change how this works so it runs one after the other, but whatever. Yeah, considering this is doing like database operations, I do not think it's a good idea for these to run in parallel. So I'll just rename this to test. I just don't think it's a good idea because you're doing database operations, your database is going to get fucked up, and it's just going to be bad. So let's load all this stuff. I don't need to do all that. I can just... Oh, no. Sure. No. Alright, now. P.run. Don't run in parallel, because if you run in parallel, I'm going to get fucking mad. Okay, create a session. For now, let's just do end session. Func T testing.t A is equal to assert dot new. Shouldn't need it, but whatever. And then I could be like, okay, serve dot end session. And ctx the context dot background. And we say a dot nil. If it's not nil, fail to end session. If it is nil, however, then we should say it's fine. I don't know what this code is, so I'm just gonna do I don't know why I have to specify. Bro, can I stop making typos? Holy shit. My like fingers like flying all over the place. Chill out. Yes, but you can delete these now. Yeah, I don't know what that was. I like did something that was weird. Why is it why is it taking so long? It's not normal. Why are you taking so long to load, buddy? Did I fuck something up, bro? Oh my god. Dude, all I want to do is run the damn code, motherfucker. Stop doing that shit to me. Bro, no fucking shot. Okay, we have 3 minutes left. God, this headache's getting worse, dude. If I get sick, I'm gonna be so mad, bro. Why is this being bad? It's just taking forever. Okay, what happens if I just pull this out of this? No, it's just taking forever. Did I fuck up my database query? I don't think so, right? God, all I want to do is just write the damn code. Yeah, I wrote the exact same thing, no? Test services. DB pool is equal to PGX pool. Load dot slash dot slash dot DV. DB error. Like, god damn it, dude. Come on, bro. Like, this is just what I fucking need. Bro, what the fuck is going on? Why is this taking so long, bro? Damn. What the fuck's the big deal? Dude, if I make another typo, I'm gonna crash out. Bro, what the fuck? Whatever, undo everything. I don't care. Go back to how it was. Who cares? I do not give a fuck. Okay, so that works. Why was the other not working? It's just fucking weird. If I rename this to test, does it work? No. Okay. Now. Take this code. Like this code. Paste that bitch in here. Do nv.load. No, why is this highlighted? Stop it. Stop. I do not know why that's highlighted. That's some like stupid setting I probably just accidentally put on. It's making me mad though. Stop it. Delete this init test shit. Okay. Don't do that. Sure. Okay, good. It's passing. Now we can say t.run create. Fuck. You say a is equal to assert dot new t. This is a. Why did it fail? What's wrong? Why did that get smashed? Oh, because of this. There you go. Okay, so let's just do the end function and let's call. Okay, so now we're finally back. Just call end. Thank you. Failed. Failed. End session. Okay, now it's taking forever. I wonder why it's taking forever. Why is it doing that? Bro, there is no way this is real. This is not real. This is not fucking real. There is no way in hell this is real. No shot. Why is it taking so long? What the fuck? What is going on? This is ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous. I just want to run the test. Why? Why is it being so bad? Why is when I actually change the code, it stops? Like, what is going on? This is ridiculous. Like, it should not take this long to run. Is it the query I'm calling? Like, is that what's taking so long? Yes, okay, so it is. Okay, so I need to time out this query then. And so what's the point of passing in verbose if I can't even see my logs that I'm printing? What the fuck ever. Oh, I think I have to do t.printf. Okay, so it's this. It's this. So why is that taking so long then? So end should only execute this end statement. End calls update relax. Like, what is going on? Okay, so let me time this out then. Under 30 seconds. Okay, so I'll just pass in a context with a timeout then. Context dot with timeout. Context dot background, and your timeout is 10 times time dot second. You get 10 seconds to run. This returns to me a CTX and a cancel function, which I don't care about. So this should time out within seconds. Why does this take so long? Very weird, because obviously not update time elapsed, because that works. We know that. I can double check by seeing that, and I should probably do transactions. I need to add transactions into this shit, but yeah. Yeah, I'll do that soon. Yeah, we can see it because that gets updated. So, what is taking so long about this query then? So it's an issue with this. No. Oh my god. I'm an idiot. I said it's an infinite recursion. Why did it... What? God damn it. Okay, there you go. What the fuck? Why did it... Whatever. There you go. 6. Alright, there you go. Okay, that was stupid. Okay, that was a dumbass error. I can't believe that recursion call did not get caught sooner. I guess that's what happens when you name them the same thing. So, whatever. Yeah. Just wonder why nothing was happening. Okay. Alright, well, everything's behaving as planned. Okay, so we can end a session, we can update a session, we can create a session. That's kind of the crud behind it. That was some good progress for today. I'm gonna stop because not only is it late as fuck, coding for 4 hours, and I have a really, really bad headache. But it was fun. It was fun coming back, come back stream. I'll probably do another stream later today. Keep streaming all my work and stuff. This project done. And yeah, I mean, it was great. It was great. It was great. Thanks for everyone who stopped by in the chat, hung out, watched the streams. Yeah, besides that, that's really it. So, see you guys later.